I wouldn't call it mindless. I have a brain. Oh my god. Oh, that was dumb as shit, dude. What? Okay. Sure thing, lady. And there was TK like, what do I pay you guys for? Oh, yes. So fucking yes, dude. That was amazing. Good fucking job, Mike. Fuck. Here I am mocking one for it, and then the other one did it. Sure. Hello. Let's see. Let's turn that on. Yeah. Because that's what we're doing. That's the content. I have it downloaded. We're on VLC. We've got everything that we need.
I'm doing alright.
Let's not do that, though. The start of this is always pretty basic movement. Alright, I assume that happened because he was overzealous mashing to skip the cutscene, and then... Because, like, you do that in gameplay with the A button, which is also the jump button. So in this case, he would have jumped unintentionally by overmashing. Now what he does here, that I don't do, is he maintains a visual line to these two other doors so that the enemy only spawns from this door. And there is not a spawn point from the door that you came from, which I personally think is an oversight, but whatever. I don't do this because I'm, like, even in a side-by-side, I'm not fully convinced that it saves that much time. Having said that, I think it could be engineered to save more time, because, like, you see the, here, let's back up a little bit. You see this side of the room right here. This is the side of the room that you want to be pointed at when you kill the last enemy here. And you kill this enemy, boom, cutscene plays. After this cutscene, you want to be pointed at the back end of the room, because when you see, he was pointed at the front end of the room. And the reason that it matters is because right now, we're on the far end of the room from the exit. And it saves a hell of a lot more time than you would think that it would. I think it's like 4 seconds and some change. Now, the the way he's doing this room, this is not at all the way that I would do this room. For instance, like, it's not rational for him to chase her down because she's a melee fighter. She was running to him anyway. And this is the far end of the room. So, like, they ended up chasing him. That was beneficial, but this whole thing, like, this didn't actually pan out all that well, I don't think. To be fair, I could be wrong. Maybe his strat makes perfect sense and I just need to do some timing against the other runs. Alright, good. Yes, sir. Alright, Fiery figured out that if you put dudes in the fire like this, there's a much higher likelihood of this concluding in 2 bodies rather than 3. I have some theories for why that might be, but at any rate, it did not work out this time. Unfortunate. Got body blocked. He needs to learn his lines right there. Then again, I need to relearn my lines right there, because I haven't been doing it particularly well here either. I love how it gives you that tutorial at the bottom. Keep kicking to disarm enemies, and, like, genuinely the worst possible method for doing it. Like, the jump kick will do it immediately, hook shotting them will do it immediately. By the way, anybody watching this might notice that when I stream this, I don't have the black bars on the sides. That's not because I have some kind of different setting, it's because I've just cropped off the black bars. I believe this game runs in 16:10, rather than 16:9. And when I encounter games that are extremely close to being 16:9, I just go ahead and stretch it ever so slightly to 16:9. When I'm streaming this game, like, I promise that tiny bit of stretch nobody notices. Anyway, so that was a good courtyard, though the one thing I do want to note, since I was gabbing over it, the one thing I do want to note is that right in front of this awning right here, there's 3, I guess they kind of look like AC units. They're ventilation things with fans on them. But it's like a box with a slant down the side. And if you land on the slant, then it'll slide you off and you won't have any recovery frames on the ground. You'll just continue walking forward. There's a few other ways to have this happen. And I know that he was aiming for another one. The other way that I had found before was to get a jump just so that you land on the square part of those ventilation systems. where you're just barely still on it, and the animation frames at the bottom makes Rain fall off of it. Where there's still some stun frames for landing far below where you started, but it gets cut off by falling off of the object. And that's what he's trying to do right here, but he's trying to do it on this object right here. Now, like I said, optimally you would land on that slant, and there would be no recovery frames. None at all. But realistically, that is not something you're going to reset over. Like, even if your run was not great up to this point, that's not a detail that's going to make you be like, okay, fuck this, reset. He did get the double on those panels. And I'm always a fan of that shit. He is getting better about remembering to skip cutscenes and save prompts. One thing that he definitely still needs to learn is that when you're on these pipes right here, see, like, right here, if he wants to jump to the right, he doesn't need to hold right so that she'll reposition and then jump. He can flick right and jump at the same time. So, like, the way, like, right now on the pole, let's say for some reason he wanted to jump into the wall in front of her, right? So let's say he wanted to jump off the pipe in the direction of this wall. All he'd have to do is flick up and hit the A button. He doesn't need to turn twice first. It's not gonna, like, it's not a thing that's gonna lose him a whole lot of time. There's not much of the run that is spent on these vertical pipes. So I think if I was gonna wager across the entire run, if he learned to do this properly, it might save him 6 or 7 seconds. But at the same time, it's free ass time save. He manages to do something right here, that right there, where he just avoids the other pipe, with the horizontal pole. I've never been able to get it to do that, but at the same time, it's another one of those, like, micro time saves. It'd be nice, but we don't need it. At this point, it's just basic movement, yeah? So I've only like, I watched part of this and then realized, like, oh, I should probably stream this. Okay, he insists on trying to do that raw, i.e. without the slowdown. And I think I've seen him succeed at it once that way. Ever. Now, I haven't been present for all of his attempts, but I cannot emphasize, I cannot exclaim hard enough, it is not worth it. At best, doing it raw, you might save like 1.2 seconds, maybe up to 2 seconds tops. But fucking it up, you drop like 25. It's not worth it. It's probably not quite 25, but it's a lot. It's not worth it. That movement was a little scraggly, but in Fiery's defense, the position of those enemies was a little scraggly, so the two dudes on the stairs really, really do fuck with a good line right there. There's no way of guaranteeing just how they're going to be positioned. like how aggressively they chase you is on the whims of the gods, I guess. I really don't know how else to describe it. Sometimes they're in specific positions, sometimes they're not. Sometimes you jump next to the second guy and he immediately starts punching you. And sometimes he doesn't. It's all you can do is go fast and hope for the best. I don't subscribe to this particular way of doing this, but I mean, see, the way that I recommend handling this is tossing this first guy because he's too close to this wall. Right? So you want to toss this guy, and I do mean toss, as in hook shot and throw him off the ledge. And the big reason for that is because, for one thing, you can get it done quicker than like where he is right now. And it doesn't disturb the position of the other guy. For another thing, it gives you a little bit of carnage that can add up to level ups later. But he gets rid of the second guy, which is weird because the second guy is a little further away from the wall. So he's in like realistically getting over this wall with the trick that we're about to see is the most important detail. But optimally, you want to be pushed this direction. You don't want to be pushed this direction. You want to go this way. This is where the exit is. It's not like absurdly important which direction you get pushed, but if this goes down fast enough, you will be able to do this before the first train comes through. But if you're not fast enough, then you either have to wait for the train to pass this point, because if it hits you, it'll one-shot kill you. Or, if you're a little bit faster than that, then you'll get on the tracks and then you'll have to go onto the outside track to avoid the train, because you won't make it to the end in time. Like here, you know what? Let's show an example. Okay, yeah, I jumped right past it. So so this is how I recommend handling it. You huck this guy as soon as you possibly can. That is going to give you some carnage. Now this guy's slightly off the wall, but he's also going to chase me in a way where I can position him a little bit further off the wall. Jumping over him interrupts whatever he's doing. Now this wasn't a perfect execution of it, but I'm over the wall fast enough that if I just go, just haul ass, I beat the train. Now granted, I only barely beat the train in this example, but it is a lot more optimal. Also, it's worth mentioning, this right here, this was some risky shit, because if Rayne had blocked either one of those punches, he would have been pushed off of this platform. And honestly, I'm real surprised that it didn't make contact. Also, this isn't a good place to worry about, I think the game calls it Bloodlust, the blue bar. I refer to it as Rage. Anyways, this isn't a good place to worry about Rage. And that's a dinky amount that he got for doing it at a suboptimal time. The place where it makes the most sense for you to do your first Rage-based kill is after this cutscene. So, after this cutscene, you go to the left right here. You want to jump over this guy, YX, and that's when she like spears the guy and then blends him as he spins around. And that's the highest amount of blue juice that you can get for any of her executions. It is huge. At this point, it would completely fill the blue bar. But the reason that it's optimal to do it here is because right now, you're waiting for more of a mini boss, but you're waiting for this enemy to get over here so that you can push her into the barrel over there. While you're waiting for her, what else are you doing? I mean, it does affect her movement somewhat, but at that point, like, you end up having some meter to work with as you continue along. Now, this cutscene's not skippable. So we're gonna manually skip it video-wise, you know? So, full disclosure, Fiery seems to have a different strategy on how to get the box launch in this stage than I do, and his strategy looks to be way better than mine. And I don't know, like, I'm not sure that I can piece it together just from watching this, but at some point I really do need to learn this, because this is way better than what I do. It's faster. So, like, even if I did my method perfectly, what he just did is faster. And B, it looks like if I were to learn that method, it would just be more consistent. And I'm always a fan of more consistent. Alright, so I haven't seen anything past this point. So this room, I remember last time he would yoink a dude onto each panel, and then he was waiting for them to fall off the panels before putting the next couple on. So, like, here's how this room actually works. Whichever panel you start with, you need to alternate. 1, 2, 1, 2, or 1, 2, 1, 2. You can't do 1, 2, 1, 2 because then it like, for whatever reason, it doesn't carry over to the next charge. But yeah, if you wait for them to slide off the panels, then you can do the second charge in any order. But, like, that's a big time loss. So let's see if he's got it down this time. So this is not very dissimilar from how I do it so far. Yeah, he's waiting for them to fall off of the panels, and, like, yeah, that's just pure time loss. Another issue with this is that we're now waiting for, like, we've got more enemies around, and he's still using the old strat for this skip. Curious. I guess it's because he's gotten consistent at it, because it does look like he has gotten consistent at it, but the other one is faster. Like, I have measured it. The other one is faster. I guess, to be fair, the new method, it feels slipperier. Oh, okay, I was wrong. Right after this is where I stopped watching. This has got to be the sexiest climb on these stairs I've ever seen. Like, he got the whole thing, man. That was delicious. You should kick that glass. The animation is faster. Got 3 in a row, 4 in a row. This is taking too long, so this one's not going to be part of that combo. If this one had been part of that combo, he would have leveled up on that throw as well. So for the most part, you really want to stay back here. You see, like, this giant obstruction in the room right here. For the most part, you want to stay back here unless the spawns just really do not want to play ball with you, and it's because back here, even the enemies with the guns have to run up to about this point on either side, right? Which puts them right where you need them to be. But every enemy that chases you down is going to be is going to end up on this side of the room where you don't have to put yourself into harm's way, but also this room, it feels like it's shaped in just such a way to specifically to screw with the strategy that we use, right? Where we're throwing enemies and we're like the fall kills them. But there's like this thing right here. If he was to huck somebody right here to the left, they would land on this and then they wouldn't die. And if he was to huck them over the side right here, they'd land on this and they wouldn't die. And behind them against that wall, there's another platform that's not quite as high as those two, but they'll land on that and they won't die. And it genuinely feels like this room is designed in such a way that's just like, we're gonna fuck with this specifically. Anyways, if this room goes poorly, you won't get 2 level ups here. If it goes well, you'll get 3 level ups here. 3 is relatively normal if you have the strat down pat, and if the game doesn't totally fuck you. 4 is possible, but 4 is not likely. 4 is very unlikely. Okay, so from what I understand, when I do this skip, right? From what I understand, you're more likely to get the void out that we're looking for. If like, so we were trying to skyrocket off of this guy right here, right? Whoever the last enemy standing is, we're trying to skyrocket off of that enemy. To my understanding, the more in the center you are, the more likely you are to get the void out. I'm starting to get to a point to where I'm not convinced it's always about height. Sometimes I think we're just not in the right spot. Now, it'd be real convenient if it was just the whole room, right? There's like anywhere in the room the void out could happen. It'd be really nice. That's not the case. Yeah, actually, I've been getting this version of this skip a lot more lately, too, where I just accidentally make contact with the side of that platform. BloodRayne 2 has one of those, like, weird physics quirks with platforming, where, like, if Rain jumps up in, like, the bottom of her collision, like, i.e. where her feet could theoretically land on the platform, when you meet that from the side, it sometimes detects that she's on the platform and immediately drops her. But there's also times where, like in this case, she's sliding up the wall in a knockdown state, and it catches her and prevents her from going any higher, but we can actually use it in this case. Now, I'd say he did the movement on that first gear wrong, because what you want to do is you want to run with the direction that the gear is turning, and then you can jump in such a way where you miss that first bar altogether. But he still made the cycle, because that room is just not that tight. And there's also like a trick to skip the gear section sort of all together. Like you jump up on the first gear and then you jump up on a vertical gear while it's rotating, and then you can jump from there to the second pole, the second vertical pole, or horizontal pole, excuse me. And it's really neat, and it's difficult to do and utterly unnecessary. Doesn't help in any way, shape, or form. Anyways, there's no reason to watch this because it's always the same. You swing on this pole for the whole time, because like you can't actually win that boss fight. It's only about surviving it. So You just get on that pole and you stay swinging forever. And she repeatedly throws stuff at you and fails to hit you the whole time. I think if that was a waste of juice to do that ghost feed, but there's a possibility that he did it because he wasn't comfortable trying to jump off of that handrail with that enemy trying to menace him. See, I don't vibe with trying to use these tanks to kill, because like it really sucks, because so we call it the weapons fight, is in the like alleyways and rooftops. It's the stage that we skipped earlier. This stage. There is a fight in this stage that we referred to as the weapons fight, but it's partway through the stage and we never see it anymore. It actually has a separate skip, but before we knew about that skip either, there is I'm guessing they're propane tanks. There's a propane tank that you blow up there, and then you just hoy all the enemies onto it. But like it has like a lock on. There's like a targeting mechanism that allows you to just throw enemies onto it repeatedly over your shoulder. And in this case, those two tanks, there's no targeting mechanism, so you're just sort of hoping that you throw enemies into it correctly, but like the collision around it is weird, so sometimes an enemy will end up behind it or on the side of it, and then that enemy will be hopelessly stuck, and like it can cause problems. This flame in this barrel right here can be used the same way. Trouble is that it's smaller and more of a pain in the ass. But like this thing is explosive, this thing is explosive. There's shit around the room that you could theoretically use to make this faster, and I do think that I really need to route this in some way. Because this fight, it's all women. I want to say at least half of them have weapons. They're a pain in the ass. It likes to find ways to go wrong. Okay. So this is the newest skip. I don't know how much, if any, practice he's done on this. So in slowdown, it's safe to just hold the forward into that corner, and like you'll see that you've gone out of bounds early enough to react to it. Okay, I'll be honest, had no idea that you could clip into that pipe like that. I love that watching him screw up the skip gave me new knowledge. But no, yeah, that's still faster than using the gun and blowing up the wall. And there's two reasons for that. Because okay, we're gonna use me as an example again. Because I fucked up that skip. Or rather, I fucked up the old version of the skip. So the old version of the boom skip is to leave one of these dudes alive and then have him push you into these sandbags in just such a way that when he hits you, you can bot boost off of him, and you land just barely on the platform above. But I didn't expect to accidentally kill both of them when I did that. So here's the thing. You get on the gun, you blow these two things up. This cutscene... Now, let's see, hold on. Now, this is pretty fast, so... Let's see. From the moment that I interact with the guns, we've got 1636 and a half. And by the time that I am where the skip takes you now, it's almost half a minute. So, let's see. So he knocks that down. Let's measure this from when this is officially off the pipe, right? Once he knocks it down, we're at 1805. It's about the same, I guess, when you don't do it right. Yeah, it's about the same when you don't do it right. That's unfortunate. I would have thought that since this was a lot more straightforward, but it is what it is. Okay, yeah, that's way easier. We'll work with this like this. But yeah, the issue is that when you blow up the tanks, you get a cutscene, you run to the opposite end of the room so that you can run to the opposite end of the room again. It's slow. This wastes some time. You can just jump to that. You don't actually need to get on top of anything. Yeah, I totally would have recommended him do that. That's exactly what I would have done at that point. By the way, this room can actually be really, really useful. Now, granted, he already did the thing, so hold on. Where was his rage? Or not his rage, but his carnage. It didn't give him any. That's interesting. Usually when enemies die in carnage-style fashions, like explosions and shit, the game really is not picky about what the source of those explosions was. So you usually get carnage for it, but I'm guessing that they were far enough away. Didn't give him carnage for that either. That's weird. That was a pretty fast. Hold on, I want to see this again from Raw. Okay, so he ghost feeds that guy, blows that up. Which, by the way, that blowing him up can be a risk because there is a possibility when enemies die, they don't always get the inertia where it like throws them to the side. Sometimes he'll just catch on fire and like collapse where he is. And if that happens, you're stuck. There's only one thing that you can do, and that is wait for him to not be in front of or wait for him to not be on fire anymore. Because he'll be on fire right where the gun is. So you literally will not be capable of using the gun. I know that in one of Gala's runs, it might be in her PB actually. I don't quite remember, but in one of Gala's runs, in the next section of the sewer, where you have to hit the wall 6 times with explosive guys, like the cutscene, that whole section explodes and everybody catches on fire and gets thrown around. Well, she got really unlucky and the enemy on the gun didn't get thrown. He was just on fire. And I guess in a, like, oh fuck, I need to do this fast kind of thing, she made the mistake of just going for it and she died. But I mean, like, honestly, when you've never encountered that before, it's reasonable to not know not to do that. Especially since, like, dude, enemies take way too long to not be on fire anymore. Fiery was right, by the way, to use Rage to just tank water instead of jumping around it. However, it is still best to jump to the left pipe here because that puts you closer to the exit. Plus, this stream of water that you can barely see right here, it'd be easier to see it back here. So this right here, this isn't real. Sometimes it fully renders in and sometimes it doesn't, but whether it's fully rendered in or not, that one doesn't have a hitbox at all. So you can jump over to that pipe, go right through it, and then you're closer to the exit at the end of this. You use Rage so that they can't stagger you right there. You just need to get down here to this platform. So the goal is you just need to destroy, I think it's 8 of these bombers, so that's 4. And you do want to be on this side. And that's 8. Cutscene. It's not that bad if you're on this side, but what I can tell you is going up those rails towards the center. See, what's optimal is to be on that side. Well, I mean, I guess in comparison to what you can see me, you want to be on that side. The one to her right now. When that last guy goes off, and immediately jump on that rail and just run and jump up it. In this case, you're going... well, I mean, he's on the opposite side of the room, so it's not as bad, but in this case, you're going away from the goal in such a way that you're really gaining nothing from it, and these are not fast. That was actually quite necessary. It's suboptimal to be in the situation that he was in, but it was necessary. In the situation that he ended up in. And it's because of this mini-boss coming up right now. Now the goal for this is to explode that, and get on the other side of her, go into Rage, and then push her into that fire. If she catches on fire at all, she will eventually die. What? I don't agree. Wow. That genuinely is some bullshit. Now, like, the reason that you want her to catch on fire... Like, so here's the thing. If you just kill her straight up like this, she will die faster. But, if you catch her on fire, then you have time to grab nearby enemies, feed, get HP, get blue meter, and then you can also be literally at the door. Like, literally on top of the door when it opens. And even if it was only that fact, that you are literally on top of the door when it opens, if it was only that, it would still be faster to do it that way. This was a bit clumsy, but it's more or less the optimal method. I'd say he probably lost only a couple of seconds to the fuckery that just took place. He's not minding his meters particularly well. It's not always, like, easy to make sure that your meters are respected as much as they should be, but He should jump off to the left right there. You slide down way quicker. Even though you take some landing frames at the end of it, I'm almost certain it's faster. I guess theoretically I haven't measured it, but anyways, but yeah, like there are times in the run where you have enemies that are easy enough excuse me, that are easy enough to mind your meters with, because like you never actually have to sorry again. I never sneezed just once. You never, like, once you have dealt with the Club Strages stage, at the end of that you get Ghost Feed. And at that point, blue meter is health. Because all you gotta do is, like, cast Ghost Feed on... Well, right now, I would probably cast Ghost Feed. Oh, perfect. Perfect. How much of that? Hold on. Yes. How much more are you going to end up getting? Not much. If you're really lucky right there, what you want is you want to knock down that collection of pipes, right? And then you want to slice the first lady on the right, and even though this game is really dumb, even though it's just a body at this point, every pipe that hits it will count as carnage. And because she's laying down, all the pipes are going over her. And so you'll get heaps and heaps of carnage. I've gotten 3 level ups off of just that. Because every time that you get... Like, so when you're doing things that give you carnage, as your carnage combo goes up, it doesn't tell you anything about this. It doesn't tell you if you have a combo. It doesn't tell you how high the combo is. It doesn't even indicate that there is such a thing as a combo. But every time that you do things that give you carnage, like the first one is tiny, the second one is slightly bigger, the second one is bigger than that, the next one is bigger than that, and as it continues to go up, you can get to a point to where it is just insane how much juice it's giving you. So yeah, you can get 3 level ups just off of that. It's kind of random how it goes down, but it can be very, very helpful. So I have looked into his... That's curious. I have looked into his other method. I didn't care for that, but that was interesting. I want to look at that again. That's just weird. Anyways, and then he makes his way over to here. Alright, let's keep going. Get inth wall. I want to see what this text says, even though you don't look like. Even things that don't look like corners are corners. Wonder if that bull carried over. So Venata, as far as I know, is the the top BloodRayne 1 runner. I haven't looked in a while, so I might be wrong. I'm bad at remembering names. Having looked at the geometry maps in this game, oh yeah. There are a lot of things that don't look like obstructions that are. And a lot of things that look like obstructions that aren't. So that was good. It was a very, very good... I think that's the smuggling round. So we're at 27-15, out of curiosity. Interesting. He's not that far behind. Now he is. Celeste sucks, dude. You know what would be interesting is if there was a way to make one explosion count multiple times. He really needs to not do that. I thought I explained it to him at one point, but if you actually hit that lever on the first frame that it's available, it will actually stay in the on position, but the water will go away and you'll soft lock the boss fight and you'll have to start it over. At some point I'm going to have to implement the good skip on this stage, and I'm going to hate everything about it. Now, I don't know if he's noticed. No, okay, so here's the thing. When you're going through here, the reason to have the vision on is that as soon as that shows up, you should turn around and haul ass the other way. And the reason is because that enemy being there is all you need. Once you go the other way, you can hook him from that side. I mean, this will only save like a couple of seconds, right? And it's because you're not standing at that other end of the building waiting for him. This jump is always so shit, dude. He's actually doing very good overall, like very, very good. You know what we could do? Oh, what am I doing? That's way past. Good enough. So now they're essentially in the same place. Now this is not the right way to do this. That is also not the right way to do this. So, you know what? That kind of ruins everything because I have to pause and give notes. So when you enter this area, what you want to do is you want to jump onto this guy, grab him, and then YB. The finisher is like, she grabs him and then she stands up on his shoulders and then she like grabs his head with her legs and like does like a side flip and slams him on the ground. It's very quick, gives you some blue juice that you can use, which you would then immediately ghost feed this guy. So that while this dude is getting... So, like, it makes sense in a number of ways. Because while this guy is getting ghost fed, it takes a moment, right? You're actively taking sun damage while you're doing this trick. And he's at near full health. But if he had done this correctly, he would have slammed this dude, ghost fed that guy. And by the time the ghost feed comes back to him, his health will have gone from this to probably about here. And then that way you have more cushion for the rest of the skip. And for when the boss fight, well, mini boss fight happens at the end. Also, he needs to run into... Like, he's running towards the corner on the... Like, facing away from the body, right? Grab, slam, ghost feed. I did it wrong right there too, but you really do want to be facing the corner right here, where you're actually looking in towards the body. I think the only reason I ended up doing it the wrong way the first time is because I ended up getting the bounce unexpectedly. But now I know that you can do it while facing the wrong direction. And it's not to say that this skip can't work that way. I'm just surprised that he realistically in a run, because if you take too long to get this skip, you're just, like I said, you're in the sunlight. You're just dying the whole time. You're getting melted while you try to get the skip. So, given that he's not doing it correctly, it's actually very surprising that he manages to get it as reasonably as he does. Okay, so right now, he needs blue meter real fucking bad. I would not have recommended that course of action, because he has to wait for that to come back before... Well, he's fine now, but you have to wait for that to come back before you can go into rage and shit. Super speed is a waste here. If you run right into him, and I think that I probably do it correctly here. But if you run right into him and go straight into Blood Fury, I think is the second level of it. Yeah. In my case, he didn't even get a chance to try to attack. Then you can get right into position. It's not that complicated. But what's worse is that he used the super speed to get into position, and it was a waste to use the super speed to begin with, and he didn't get into position. The reason that you want Blood Fury is because the hits actually stagger him, so if you get behind him and use Blood Fury, then he's being constantly staggered and also unable to block the attack. It's a big deal. It's a big deal. Huh. One of them did die. That's real weird. It's real weird to me that he can fling them down from there and that they won't die 100% of the time. That's just strange to me. I have been doing it too, but it's just weird. I do want to see, hold on. Let's say from, I didn't mean to do that, hold on. So 33 to 61. So we're going to go through the process of hoying dudes into this container. 33 to 61. So this took about a minute and a half, like realistically. So let's look at the same thing on mine. I just want to get a good idea of how much time this actually takes. So we're at about 31, 28, 82. 31, 28, 82. So I managed it in 1:17-ish, I guess. I couldn't tell you why mine was faster. I'd have to look at them side by side, but that tells me that if I was to find a way to make the skip that I want viable, then it would only have to be, basically, if it could be done in under a minute, that would be the part that would matter. Oh, what am I doing? I really need to workshop that skip. I hate workshopping that skip. You should not blades out right there. That's the reason he got that slowdown. That is actually genuinely a very good place to do a ghost feed. That's not, because now he has to get past this guy. And it let him slide past his right, and sometimes it does, but sometimes he's just perfectly in the middle. Yeah, he really shouldn't do that. His foremen need some pretty serious work. It is interesting that up to Slez, he was just about even with me. To be fair, there's new tech that he's using. So like, okay. So my PB is a 118 something. 118.53. It is an old run, and numerous things have been found since then. But still, it might be old, but it's a fucking good run. So the fact that he was keeping pace with it up to Slez is genuinely impressive. This actually, like, given that he hasn't managed his bars very well, this is kind of necessary. I would say, like, this wasn't even just a good choice. This was kind of mandatory. Like, when he went in here, right? Look at his meters. Now, at this point, see, like, I've got over half of my blue meter, and he's got almost none. I've got 2/3 of my HP. He's got less than half. Got 38 bullets, he's got 30. I don't know what in the hell he used the bullets on. But you know what? I am curious, because it's something I haven't measured before. So let's see. When he touches the layer, this is the frame. So we've got notepad. Yep, I'm that kind of nerd. 36, 25, 61. And we get control back the moment that the black bars start to shrink. That's the best way to measure this. There it goes. So it was one frame before this, but we don't need to be that precise. 36, 47, 42. So that's like 21 3/4 seconds, basically. That is not great. Oh wow, that's even worse. That's pretty funny. So for whatever reason, this enemy, if you rub your face on like the middle of that computer terminal on your left, then she'll chase you down immediately. But if you're in the wrong place, she will just stand where she is. There's multiple different places, obviously, that'll drag her over here. But like, it's just her behavior is so weird. Oh, it's more is that once you do start engaging her inside of this area, you really got no guarantee which direction she's going to go. She might stay in here with you, and she might not. See, like, there's nothing you can do about that. It's just, did this work out? Yes or no? Now, as soon as you have her in the corner right now, you want to go from rage to fury, and you just want to do, hold back and do the kick button at just the right interval so that Rayne does that. You really want this low kick, low kick, low kick, low kick, low kick, low kick. I want to look at, see, does... Nah, the second kick doesn't do any enhanced damage. And honestly, getting that enemy to behave is, realistically, even if you do the smartest things that you can possibly do, maybe. Now, because of how wonky that fight can be, you got no guarantee that this is going to go well. Should have did that on the first one. Now, see, this is new tech that wasn't in my PB. Having said that, there is a skip here in my PB that is still massively faster than the intended thing to do here. But this is faster than that. I love how that door is closed and oh no, the door is locked, and then you get close to it and it's just like, oh, never mind. What? What the fuck? Okay. Alright. God, this game is, like, just non-stop spaghetti code. Like, for instance, right here, like, check this out, right? So, notice that he's in the shadow right now. And he's gonna stay in the shadow the whole time, but he takes some damage right there. And, like, this isn't like V Rising, right, where the shadows are dynamic or anything like that. This is... They're set in stone. Where you can be and take damage from sunlight and where you can be and not take damage from sunlight is set in stone. I'd say that was smart. He is going to need some hit points in the near future, but... Like, I would have ghost-fed that dude right then and there. Oh, man, okay. Salvaged. That's new. Since my PB, I mean. I don't know what in the world he thinks he's trying to do right there, but... Getting onto that pike would not have been helpful in any way. Or not as far as I know, anyway. Actually, I should take another look at that room. I've taken another look at that room dozens of times. And I keep on finding nothing, but who fucking knows, man? Anyways, the ascent is the worst, and I'm gonna get a quick drink and, you know, bio break and all of that shit, so I'll be right back. You know, every time that happens, it's like just a new flavor of silly-ass bullshit. Spear havers are total bullshit, for real. If only the spear was as good in the player's hands. Fantastic. What? Wait, how was that a deflection? What? Demon Undercut doesn't do that, does it?
I'm gonna get both of you out of there. Hold on.
The lever! Over there! The lever! Over there! Over there! The lever! The lever! Over there! The lever! The lever! You...
That doesn't look like a lever. It looks kind of like a bone.
What's going on?
What have you done? What you told me to do!
Never trust the bird, Kaya! Yeah!
What the hell just happened? Why does it keep doing that? That is the 6th time in a row now. The 6th time in a row after having it literally never happened before. Huh? That comparison falls super flat for me. Okay, well, fuck you, I guess.
I don't even know what to say about that. This game never stops giving. There will always be some new silly ass way for it to go wrong.
Well, I was about to say, who's your second character again? Oh, Jesus. Oh, fuck, that was great. What's up? The fuck out of here.
Boring.
Oh, look, that guy down there, he got dizzy and dropped his bat. How very unfortunate for him. Whoops. Peace out. Oh my god. What?
Alright, anyway. This is Hell is a deeply appropriate split name. Okay, this is definitely correct so far. I think he's gonna go for Gala Jump. He says he's gotten consistent at it. I still hate this jump a bunch. Because, like, A, it has weird ways of going wrong, and B, when it goes wrong, it really, really, really fucks you. There you go. Now, do the correct thing this time. No, he's doing the wrong thing! So, you know what's irritating is that he looked right at it. That's the elevator he's headed towards. You can just jump around this and get to it if you're not comfortable doing it raw, which I do it raw sometimes, but it is risky. You could do it in slow-mo. You can even jump on this pipe as a safety precaution. You can jump on this pipe to jump to this. But either way, going all the way around, he's probably dumping, I'd say probably an extra 10 seconds. Let's find out. So he could jump right now. Let's say 42:20. Probably more like 5.5. I overestimated wildly. Shit happens. He also, like, routinely forgets that he needs to jump to the exit right here, but I think that that's reasonable because he's not doing the proper skip before that. It's like doing the uneven elevator jump makes it really easy to remember what's coming up next. This thing sucks because there's like there's no way to like guarantee that it will work out the way that it should. Like, I don't hate this as a concept, but I do wish that they had done something to make it more consistent. This is extremely messy. Extremely, extremely messy. Yeah, his foreman needs some work, bro. I don't know why they're called foremen, but whatever. It doesn't really matter to me what they're called. What matters is that dude needs to work on the shit. He's also doing the intended route here. This is a pretty big waste of time. Oh, Jesus, what the hell? I need to look more closely at that spot right there. He wasted a little bit of time by not jumping over the handrail. He wasted a little bit of time by not doing the pipe jump here. Also, there's the possibility that one of those guys is going to try to fall through that platform. I've had it happen right here during this elevator jump, and it is the goddamn worst. But it could even happen now. Like, he's actually getting very lucky that it hasn't happened at all yet. I want to say that at one point Gala got unlucky and someone fell through that platform right here. And like the part that I need you to understand is that when that cutscene happens, if you're in the air, you don't maintain momentum where you're going. Usually, you just fall straight down. So if you're airborne at all over a gap, you're fucked. So the pipe jump that I was mentioning earlier, let's see if I can find it real quick. So right here, there's this pipe that he's going past right here. Going up that instead of the elevator doesn't save that much time. So like you jump up this pipe, and then you jump straight to the elevator. It saves a little bit of time, but that's not even the important part. The important part is that if you do that, then this group of enemies never spawns, and therefore nobody can ever fall through this. And therefore no cutscene can ever happen that causes you to fall if you're over a gap. So, again, he got very, very lucky that it never happened, but it could have. And he skipped about, I don't know, probably about 2 seconds of time save. Also, it's worth noting, right here, you can actually just go through this gap. The only reason not to just go through that gap is, at this point, I'd say for Blue Meter. But he's... I don't know. I think even for Blue Meter, you can go through that gap and get somebody from the other side. But I don't think I've ever done it that way, so I don't know. God, trying to... I'm genuinely shocked that that worked out and hit all of them. So, what you need to understand about Hammer Boy here is that he runs on 2 attack cycles when he's at range. If you get right up in his face, then he will do different attacks. What the fuck? Hold on. So, 1. Oh, he hammered that dude in. What? That's crazy. Alright. I was confused. That's a very, 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 very fast hammer room. Aside from how fucking biffed the beginning of it was. But aside from that, fucking good hammer room. See, this room literally is like the best reason to call this split This Is Hell. There are a lot of micro skips in this stage, and a lot of them can go very, very, very shit. Like a lot of them, if you fuck up some of these micro skips, you can, instead of saving 5 seconds, you could lose 30. You could lose a minute. You could lose heaps of time by fucking up any of them. Come on, dude. Yeah, that's pretty similar to how much time I lost in my... Well, no, actually, it's probably not quite as much time as I lost in my PB. But the hammer room, dude. The hammer room is so good at going wrong. It goes maximum levels of wrong. So I demonstrated this to him multiple times, but I think he may have been BRB at the time, so let's see. Let's hope. Don't adjust, just... God, he... The thing is, like, I told him, like, here's what you need to do, right? You wait, you push forward until the camera freaks out. The camera has freaked out, and at this point, you just hold upright. That's it. You might do the tiniest micro adjustment of the camera. Like, if rain hangs in the air, you might do the tiniest adjustment of the camera. But unless that happens, you mostly just hold upright. But I don't know. I think he just doesn't trust me. I don't get it. Either that or he just doesn't trust the camera. But like when I was telling them, I was like, I understand how the camera freaks out. At this point, he might have been faster just doing it normally instead of doing the pipe slider. Personally, I don't think that there's anything in the game that he needs to practice more than this. Because A, you don't even need to do the slowdown here. You can do this raw. It's very, very easy if you understand it. But as you're sliding up the pipe, you want to be slightly on the right side, and once you get to the top, right here, you just want to hold upright. You just want to hold upright. And if rain is just staying stuck in the air, you adjust the camera just a little bit, where upright points a little bit more towards the elevator. She won't be stuck in the air anymore, and she'll land straight on the elevator. It is dead simple if you understand what it's doing. And now, to be fair, holy fuck, when I found that skip, it took so many retreads. Not as much as the trio skip, but yeah, I had to rewatch that cutscene of it respawning the goon over and over and over and over and over and over until I realized, like, oh, if I just kill him, I can just drop back down to this area and not have to worry about it. So this is the new PB, and he ended up plus 41 after Ascent. That's crazy. That was a god tier hammer room, though. Like I said, aside from how wonky the beginning of it ended Now, there is a theoretically faster strategy for this that involves, instead of going up to this platform at this point, it involves jumping from this to this area and doing this level and then moving up. I'll be honest, I'm not confident in it yet. Because that jump that I just mentioned is wonky trash. It's really rough. But what's more is that I'm not fully convinced that the route is more efficient. It's just it's questionable. Real talk, everything in this game needs work. I think that there could be micro adjustments with just about every part of it. Like, genuinely. I think after this, I'll actually look at this segment right here. Yeah, I noticed the last time that I was messing around with this that if you hold the button to like strafe, for whatever reason, Rayne will aim slightly off in some places. So the idea is to strafe to get into position, then release strafe, then fire. I really hate that it takes so long to let you ghost feed that enemy, but it is worth noting you don't have Enthrall yet. Thank God. So, if you need to ghost feed that enemy, you can actually just haul ass past her and mash left. Eventually it'll happen. And even if it doesn't, he could have just ghost fed that enemy. I wouldn't recommend doing ghost feed on these enemies because you need them to come over here and get blended. So I actually don't recommend doing this thing where we're looking at Rayne's face, because what happens is when an enemy gets blended on the helicopter, it flips to turn exactly where Rayne is facing, which, by the way, is the direction of the enemy spawn locations. So every time that an enemy blends itself, it flips you to looking at a direction that is going to potentially slow down enemy spawns. So, as fun as it is to do the whole being up in Rayne's face thing, it is best to just do the boring thing and stare the opposite direction. Yeah, this is incredibly unlucky. In my PB, this section took forever for no apparent reason. What's more is I actually, in my PB, I actually tried to do helicopter skip at the beginning of it, decided that wasn't going to work and I didn't want to fuck with it, and moved on. It'd be kind of hilarious if he got even less lucky than that. But yeah, at this point you could ghost feed that enemy. Honestly, he should be siphoning bullets right now, so he should have grabbed her and fed the dragons. I usually feed the dragons on her as well. Like typically, like when you have resources that you just have to have, like your ammo count, because at some point or another you are going to need the ammo count. So it's good to just get it done. I wouldn't be opposed to, though, like, because funny enough, this is a bit of information that Fiery has more of than I do. I do not know where all of the vampire layers are. And it would be interesting to find a way to route in more gun use. You know, if it was more reasonable. It'd be interesting to route in behaviors that involve, like, not having to worry too much about your meters and just using a vampire layer. They said it was about 20 seconds and some change. So especially for bullets, I can tell you that siphoning with the dragons is not fast. Nice. That worked very, very, very well. Oh. A lot of this sounds good, except for that one part was really, really rough. Anyway, so he's about at the 57-minute mark. Let's see. So he's only like one section behind. Not quite the whole thing. Like, genuinely, this is a very good run. I am curious to see where the bulk of his time loss is. That felt a little strange. Is that the reason you want to go after this enemy that he's on right here first? Is because then the other one will run up to you and you can just go speed them for free when they get in your face. But I guess in this case he's got more of a combination of the meters. I don't know. I really wish that there was a more consistent way of handling this fight, but it really does seem like it's just, ooh, I hope this game doesn't fuck me a bunch. Congratulations. So you really shouldn't go, like, Blood Rage, yes, Blood Fury, no, unless you corner her and... Look, she doesn't like to stay cornered in this fight. She rolls very, very consistently rolls out of corners. Now, I did notice the other day at one point I ran out of meter, and then like I just kept on doing basic repeats, like just kept on drilling at her without turning on BloodRayne again, and she just ate it. See, he opts for a safety strat there of going around that tree on the right and while still staying out of bounds. Because on the left there are some gaps that you can't really see. You know, one day he might get that skip fully off of vibes, but honestly, it is incredibly unlikely. I don't even know, man, like, if I would tell him that he should practice the hell out of this, because, like, practicing this skip is a pain in the ass. And, like, yeah, it's a big, meaningful skip, but fuck, it is so complicated, and it's so messy, and I cannot, like, of all the skips in the game, nothing sucks quite as bad as trying to practice that skip. What is he doing? Like, I knew he was on fire, but he was just kind of running around. Okay, so we got the slower swordfish skip. And in this case, that guy wouldn't have spawned, and like his meters were beautiful right there. He didn't need to worry about that. Then again, he just used a vampire lair, so of course they should be beautiful right there. Okay, he managed to make that work. I don't think, like, honestly, for the one or two times that it's gonna work out of, I don't know how many times I've fucked with it, I cannot get it to behave, and I don't think it saves enough time to be really worth it. Because, and it's not just about the raw time involved with the skip itself, because, like, you have to, like, at that point you have to run away from the intended route, and then in order to not get knocked back when the tank explodes, you have to use bullets, which are going to have to be siphoned later, and then you have to use the slowdown in order to get the skip to work, which means that you're giving time back in the fact that it's having to be slowed down, but also using blue meter. And then it might behave. It is cool that he found the new thing. Okay, so right here, this is not how you should do this. I, however, in my PB did not do it correctly here either. I went for a completely different method. But I can show an example of a different run. A much older run that did do it correctly. So, that's what you want to do. Is you want to use the fire shot and just completely melt those guys. And then you want to get away from the minigun. I would say to get further away than that. So this is not quite correct, but it's better than what I did in my PB, which is a big rig skip that I failed repeatedly. And it's better than what's happening here. The reason that you want to get away from this gun is because of the leafy bitch that's coming his way. Actually, I think it's a mass of bugs. Honestly, it looks like a mass of dead leaves to me. Hey, he got away from the gun. Smart. And then you use super speed. Yeah, this is one of the rare instances on the run where super speed makes sense. Now, I'm not convinced that using Blood Rage or Blood Fury changes damage values when you're using guns. But I mean, you know, dealer's choice. I don't bother. I don't think it matters. I would probably use one of these to top off my guns at this point. Now this section really sucks for multiple reasons. Like, A, if Ephemera chases you too aggressively when you're trying to do your combat loops. See, I had the same problem last time too. That was another thing I was going to mention, is that this chick right here can fuck with your targeting when you're... Because, like, what you're trying to do right there is you're trying to use your targeting and lock on to nothing. Because it won't lock on to those stones. So that you can do your melee loops. Because when you're not in that stance, your melee loops don't really work. It's weird that she has different melee behavior. Not only behavior, but like a completely different combo. When she's not locked on, or well, locked on, when she's not in the stance to be locked on. But anyway, you can't really do the loops that way. That's the whole point. I'm yammering. I yammer. Well, none much. I'm just watching your run. Yo, check this out. So, okay, 106.35. I want you to see something. Because I think that when I show this to you, that you'll be pretty happy about it. So, I want you to realize that when you start SLES at about 2704, right? I need you to realize that at that point, you were pretty much keeping pace with me. And I think that should make you feel really good. I cannot stress enough how badly you need to practice the pipe slider, my god. But, like, this, you should feel proud of this. Because, like, I don't know how big the gap is. I think I might have thrown 2 booms into the guts. Yeah, like I said, like once you slide up the thing, when the camera like flips, it flips into the same spot every time. It doesn't freak out randomly. It flips into the same janky spot every time, and then you just hold upright, and either A, Rain will fall straight onto the elevator, or B, she'll get stuck, and then you just change the camera's angle slightly, and then she'll fall onto the elevator. I mean, you can do it without slow-mo, but using slow-mo or not using it doesn't actually change the execution of it. Anyways, where were we? You were not quite getting the movement right here, right? When you, trying to see if you... Yeah, so when you go through this door, you actually want to jump almost straight to the right. Because then you'll grab the horizontal bar on Rain's right immediately, and then you can just go right to where you're going. It is real difficult to not grab this one though. And honestly, the movement in this area is very much a pain in the ass. I hate that even if you hold forward right here, when she wall jumps off of that and grabs this bar, nothing you do will prevent her from landing on top of it. Literally nothing. There's not a goddamn thing that you can do to stop this. So, like, it feels like you fucked up. But, I mean, I guess you can take solace in the fact that you didn't fuck up. Also, and I see that you're not doing it here, but it's worth mentioning, never, ever, 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 ever ghost feed this woman. And the reason is because there is a possibility that she will fall towards you and off of this box, and then you'll get the extra cutscene of her falling to her death. Oh, also, you can jump towards the wall right here and slide to this door and not have to fuck with going in that direction at all. It saves time because you don't end up grabbing this bar. Honestly, the design of that entire hallway, if we want to call it that, sucks anus, and someone should be punished for it. Whose bright idea was this malarkey? Oh, will I? Oh, he got stuck on the door. So, one thing that because I was worried about this when I saw you just ran past it. You want to melee attack this door so that it'll break and fall off. That way he can't get stuck on it. I mean, I say he can't. It's still theoretically possible for him to get stuck on it. But at least in that case, you've done everything that you can do. Bruh. It sucks so bad. Like, the design of this area is just so wonky. Are you gonna push him out manually? Man, that is some hardcore desperation. Get out, you bitch! Get out! Was it an idea, or were you pleading with your life? Like, oh my god! Please leave! Fair enough. I was wondering when you were going to top that off, because that extra rocket's going to be real fucking important here in a second. You know, one thing I really hate is how it doesn't carry over what gun you have selected. So you exited that area with the rocket selected, and then you arrive here with the pistol. I really wish I could find a way to guarantee that, because, like, sometimes your explosions hit him twice. Like, right there it hit him twice, and then once. I know that in some cases, if the rocket hits a breakable object and him at the same time, then it will hit him twice, but there's, like, not a way to guarantee that that'll happen. It's shit because there's really nothing you can do about it. The gumballs are the fucking worst, man. And I need you to remember that roughly 40% of this game actually got cut. So it was supposed to be another 40% longer. Oh no, yeah, some of the content sounds super cool. Like, apparently there's this whole saga about Rayne having a good sister that's more angelic and less vampire. Which, that part would have been really cool. But on the other hand, if you've watched the cutscenes and you've noticed these enemies on the loading screens, the little, like, flying imp sons of bitches, that was supposed to be a genuine enemy type that you were going to have to deal with, primarily with the guns. And I'll be honest, fuck the interesting good sister arc if it includes having to deal with that shit. Yo, did someone just throw a fucking table at you? No, that's a lamp. Oh, shit. Yes, this is exactly what you should do. You should be topping off your guns on... Typically, like, you want to aim this for enemies where there's not a lot of complications around them. Other dickheads fucking with you. Like, areas where it's not particularly easy to grab dudes. I still want to find some kind of skip in here so bad, but, like, despite the fact that the room looks like it has a lot of, like, intricate little details, the geometry map isn't like that. You look at the geometry map and those details aren't there. They're just squares and tubes. Also, I don't know what in the hell they were thinking to throw, like, I don't even know how many gumballs here. What, 6, 7, 8? Too goddamn many. I think like 3 or 4 should have been the cap here, because like realistically, by the time that you get the first few dealt with, the rest of the room is not complicated. It's just tedious. I am real glad, A, to see that you've gotten used to ghost feeding, and even more glad, B, to see that you're not accidentally using Enthrall all over the goddamn place. Like, honestly, when you were getting, like, dicked by Enthrall repeatedly, and, like, I could feel your seething hatred. I could feel the aura of your pain through the screen. I genuinely thought after that, like, first or second run that you were going to be like, never mind, fuck this. This is not worth it. Okay, I really should discuss with you the proper route here. So yes, this is the correct thing to do first, but from right here, you should jump into the stairwell right there. Okay, let's see if I can... I'm pretty sure I did it mostly correct in my run. Where be the rabble? Okay, yeah, so... same pipe, jump up here, jump to the right stairs. Now, dealer's choice, you can either jump straight up here, because this is where the first one is, or you can go up the stairs and get the one at the top of the stairs first, but either or. I usually use the slowdown right here because it's just not worth arguing with the possibility of dropping, though I left the slowdown on way too long right here. What the fuck am I doing? I hate that there is a cutscene for each of those. I think that once you get this part, I'm pretty sure what you do is the proper route after this. I hate that, like, the targeting, it feels like the targeting does everything that it can not to select the correct target. And it's infuriating. But hey, action game targeting. Yeah, the rest of your route is correct, looks like. I don't see anything wrong with it, because you're going to turn around and get this. Yeah, everything else about your route is correct. You just need to learn when to go into the stairs. Oh, yo, nice. Except that happened. Fucking... Well, that targeting was impressive until Unraveler ruined it. You can kill him with rockets, but, like, I cannot describe to you how terrible of an idea it is to try to kill him with rockets. I did look for alternative methods, though. Like, I did test the idea of, like, what if I was just really determined to kill him with rockets? Could I somehow make it faster? And the answer is no. No, not at all, no. So one thing that I noticed with these is that you can actually just, like, side hop while locked on, you know, where she does that, like, stupidly rapid cartwheel that goes way too far. And then you don't have to use any gun on her. And I found it to be more consistent to just... What the fuck? What the hell even was that game? Come on now. But you don't end up using any gun, and in my experience, it was more consistent. Because if she's attacking, or if you hook her in the back, then you're good. You know, I realized doing the... Because I'm gonna do a loadless comparison of this. I have one already uploaded. I don't know if you looked at it or not. But, I'm gonna do an updated one for this. And I noticed when I was redoing the loadless edit on my old run just how very, very, very untrustworthy my strats are from that run. So this, okay, speaking of, this I can teach you. So what I do with this shit is I try to bait these two over here. And then what I want to do, and I don't know if that probably didn't work out at all, typically what I want to do is set that guy on fire in this small area, and then force her to deal with being in the fire in this area. She melts pretty quick. She won't catch on fire like the other guys, like, you know, where they burn out after having caught flame. But she will take damage like the Kestrel does on the barrel in the alleyway segment. So no, yeah, I think I definitely fucked this up in my PV. That's unfortunate. But that is like the basic idea. I don't know that I'll cringe. I mean, you did say that this was deathless, and I gotta say, if you're about to survive this, that by itself is pretty impressive. Ooh, oh my goodness, she very much tried to take the deathless run away from you right there. The thing is, like, when it comes to these Dhampir, there's, like, it doesn't matter. Like, you could use the best, most optimal, most amazing strategy possible, and there's no fucking guarantee that it'll work. It doesn't matter how intelligently you approach it, the game could just decide not to behave. By the way, you know what's funny is you actually know more about where the vampire lairs are than I do. I don't know where most of them are. Like that one that you just went into? I didn't know that was there. See, I had that idea too in, like, when I was testing that concept, I couldn't, it wasn't giving my hammer, the rocket launcher, it wasn't giving me fucking experience for it. Oh, come on. Fucking... So, I noticed when I was trying to melee this guy and get better damage out of it that, like, instead of doing back kick slash, I was doing neutral kick slash slash kick slash slash, and it's still slow, but it was doing better. Trouble is that when he takes damage, he typically hops backwards automatically. I hate this guy. I'm really not sure that there is a particularly good way to deal with him. He's just an asshole McPrickerson. I will say, though, that learning that there's a vampire lair just before the final Dhampir here is actually just genuinely excellent information. I timed it while watching this, and the vampire lair is roughly 20 seconds and some change. To go into a vampire lair, go through the animations, and be ejected from it. Having said that, that's faster than, like, at the end of dealing with, like, pushing this elite out the window, you don't even necessarily need to do anything that you're doing right here, because you could just push that dude out the window, touch that vampire lair. It's faster than having to refill your HP, your blue bar, and your guns all together. 21 seconds is definitely faster than that. Especially since there's no combat RNG when you're doing it that way. It's like, I think when it comes to, like, grabbing dudes, the most infuriating thing about it is that, like, I've told you before, if they're too close to walls and shit, then you can't grab them. But I probably forgot to mention if they're too close to each other, you can't grab them. I'd say the vast majority of this run is just learning optimal meter management. Because of all of the skips, I would say that this game is supposed to be just a really difficult hack and slash, but because of all of the skips and the nature of most of the skips, it actually turns the speedrun more into an action platformer, emphasis on the platformer part. This is unfortunate. Though she tends to be unfortunate right here, this feckin' bitch. If memory serves, Gala had one run where before she even reached that damn pier, she managed to hop out of a window. And we're like, bruh, too bad you can't expect that every time. Oh, I have a really solid strat for this now that I'd like to show to you, but let's finish this real quick and see how this went. I will say that so far this went very poorly. Oh, you were enraged at the end of that, so it didn't pocket any of the juice. That's rough. – 20 seconds indeed. See, I tried using like freeze time and shit for targeting the legs, because the legs are usually the problem. The shoulder is like, so long as you have somewhere to fire from on the upper rails, then the shoulders are pretty easy to hit. Because they're fucking huge. But the fucking legs, man. The way that this was designed is so trash. Good. Okay. I don't think that there's any value really in seeing Kagan, but at the same time, didn't your PB before this include a number of like deaths here because your meter was all fucked up? I think it's interesting you activating freeze time before going through this door, because so long as you activate it before you actually approach him, then you're good, but at the same time, I guess, like, you could activate it while running if you do it before the door. So, you know, there's potential in it saving time to do it that way. Nice, okay. So... Ah! I pushed the wrong thing. That is not correct. get rid of all of these runs. I had all the runs open. Deeply comfy music. Genuinely, Cook Serve Delicious and Cook Serve Delicious 2 has like way better music than it should. The third game's music sucks anuses though, which is hilarious because it's the same guy. But like, Cook Serve Delicious 3's soundtrack is like, I guess he designed it in an era when he was really impressed with smooth groove. And I don't know about anybody else, but I thought that shit got old. You gonna... There it goes, alright. Well, first, controls, turn fucking vibration off. Audio. Okay, so rooftop. So this is the strat that I've been using. Why did she fire that up in the sky? That's fine. We're fine.
Uh-oh. Dragon's reservoirs are running low again.
Fuck you. Yo, that's actually really beneficial, thanks. Oh, that's not what I meant to do, whatever. But yeah, those two are gone now. Those two are gone now. Of course, it does mean having to take on this area a little bit more safely here at the beginning.
Look at that stupid half-breed! Hey! Only... What's the best?
So yeah, that's actually really smooth.
This is for my mother.
You know what's funny is that rooftop didn't even go very well. But it's way, way, way fucking better than it was. I'm pretty sure it'll give me New Game Plus stuff now, so now I need to... Actually, it doesn't even matter, because I'm gonna... One thing that I wanted to do is I still want to... Not ephemera, feral. I still want to see if I can't come up with something else here. Because, like, the thing that we're doing right now is all well and good, but... let's see. Interesting that the inside of that room is still there. Okay, when does this trigger? Yeah, you wouldn't be able to jump up from that. Curious spline. Why is there a rendered wall here? Why does the geometry map have a wall here? Objects. What's the deal with you guys? You know what? The last thing we need is a skyrocket. I don't want to have anything to do with that. So one thing that I've been toying with the idea of is, what if it's actually faster not to take this all the way up? What if it's faster to do something else with this? The thing is, though, is I'm not sure what that thing might be. But you're kidding. Okay. The game said no. The game said no again. But like, one thing I was toying with was the idea that you could jump from there to here, and then you could do this level of breaking shit, and then do the top level. But like, oh, okay. Genuinely, why does it sometimes not accept the final hit? Oh, wow. Okay, I didn't realize that was there. I don't know, there might be something to it, but I'm gonna have to workshop it. That's definitely not the way. Anyways, I gotta care of something real quick. I'll be right back.
What? Where did he go? And how is he back? I'm gonna give a very confused...
Yes, I can see it. You didn't need to do that.
Hey, I'm back.
Yeah, you're
Play
back.
follow the leader?
I am not. Damn it. Really? That is the silliest shit. What the fuck just... No, what the fuck just happened? What the fuck just happened? Nah, man, I'm ignoring the I am ignoring that shit.
Hey,
That was dumb as hell.
play follow the leader?
I just went out of bounds and died.
Okay. He's like halfway through the door, dude. The gun has an bullet left. Yep. Yep, that's correct. This is exactly how it goes.
Ah, God, I knew that was about to happen. Fucking ballista. Yeah, I'm on... What?! 141. I can't even. I don't even know what just...
Sean Barney Barron from Santa Cruz, California will bust big anytime, anywhere.
Yeah, like, this feels like they wanted it to be like Michael Buffer. In this corner, Sean Barney Barron. Let's get ready to surf. I don't know. What am I doing
One of the
here?
most flowing surfers on the planet, Rat Boy from Santa Cruz.
Rat Boy.
From San Clemente, California, let's hear it for Christian Fletcher!
Oh my god! It literally did it.
Great. But like in a scenario where it's like I used fist. Fist clearly hit the thing. Oh my god, what? Wow. What? I don't know how she got airborne right there, but okay. Dude, she just ended up airborne again. Yo, thanks, targeting. Oh, dude. You can't plan for that.
Dude's got a big ass neck, and it looks like a snack. Where the hell did this guy come from? Okay. Alright. That was cute. That was feckin' adorable.
That's not what I input. Yeah, I deserved that. But you deserved this. Ah! Stop! Ha! 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 He tried! Did you see that? Did you see that? It got... It like just barely missed it. Oh my god! That is hilarious!
Man. Yeah, get out of here. He just could not wait to get out of here. Like, man, I have already had it deuces. Hey, yeah, no worries. Take care. Alright. I wanna feck with Chemical Plant again. And get really upset at these enemies fucking sidestepping for no reason. Chemical processing, I mean.
I'm outside to see something.
You bitch. Hey. You're kidding. Oh, it didn't work. In that essence, yes, you're kidding. You bastard. Buffered! And the side steps. Ah, cool. I don't know why that hit. Why didn't you jump? Why is this skip so cursed? It's so cursed. Okay. Well, that was interesting. Not good, but interesting. I swear to God, dude, it's like he knows. It's like he knows exactly what I want, and he's 100% opposed to it. Okay. See, the thing is like, I timed how long it takes to do this the correct way, the intended way. And my thoughts are basically, if I can get this to where I'm doing it in under a minute, then that's a time save. Trying, like, I'm going through the stages in my head to see like what I can work on. I think something I want to check right here actually. Wouldn't it be interesting? Please go away. That's good. Wow. Interesting. Anyway. So that guy would exist by now. But what would make this really awesome is if there was a way to just clip through here. Honestly, I'm kind of surprised. Okay, so yeah, there's just interesting. Why is there something I can float on right there? But yeah, there's just straight up something boxing you in right there. You know what would be neat is if I could find a broken spline in here somewhere. Like, it looks like the bottom half of this platform is... Oh, okay. Yo, what the hell? Hold on. This door is locked, you're right. So, hold on. Just hold the fuck on. But I need to find out. If there's no collision right there, that would be just fucking amazing.
Hey, we gotta lock this place down. I guess this is the dead.
Did you hear that? Did those guys up there say something?
Because this guy's charging me down right away. You are allowed to punch me. The rules say you're allowed to punch me. What?
The sun's up, Rain.
What?
Hey, we gotta lock this place down. I guess this is the dead.
What?
Did you hear that?
What?
Guys up there say something?
I didn't want to throw him into that, but whatever. Good. Rain is always so good about not randomly failing to do anything. Mate. What happens if I get launched off of the other wall?
The sun's up.
I mean, it looks like either way, this is a big win. Like, regardless of how this goes down.
We gotta lock this place down. I guess this is the
Did you hear that? Did those guys up there say something?
I want to get knocked up right here. Guy. No, he's pushing me out of the corner. I want to get knocked up against this wall. Or, you know, I could fuck everything up repeatedly. Because I don't trust the game very much. So here's the thing. It's possible, I think, to get knocked straight up, but like, dude, this is a big win. How do I keep finding new shit, bro? Like, what? Okay, so here's the thing. Let's look for more stuff in here and see if there's any other spots where the roof is just not a thing. Right here. Though I just cannot imagine that that one would be useful. Right here, same story. But there's multiple spots in here where there's just not a fucking roof, and that's just wild to me.
The sun's up, Rain.
Yeah, it looks like it's very, very consistent. You get up here, period. And then it's all just down to whether or not this thing will behave, and the answer to that is usually no. I fucking hate this job. Okay. I'm curious.
Those guys up there say something.
Nah, no benefit at all. Because it would have been real nice if that would have put you in the exit, but like honestly, what it is already, it's like not only do we skip having to run all the way back around, we skip the cutscene of the dude hitting the button and the doors opening. We skip having to run all the way around, but we also skip the sign jump. It's crazy and I love it. I did say I couldn't think of a way that those other sections of rooftop missing would be useful, but guys, stop. Okay, so that's not the one I was thinking of. Or maybe it is. Because there was two, right? There was that, and there was that. What if there's something above this? Hey, sir. I need your cooperation. Ah, damn it. See, this is the thing, is I don't see how this would be useful at all. Aside from, now I'm out of bounds in a way I've never been out of bounds before. Options, camera, no. See, I don't know what you would do with this is the issue. Nothing looks like. That's really just so weird. Now part of me wonders if there's like a possibility that one of these rooftops, like the geometry might be there, but the actual roof might not be. Bruh. Okay, there's another one right here. It is just genuinely hilarious that this works. Well, I found something new, and honestly, instead of going for the other skip, I think I'm gonna go for this. This might be faster anyway. And it's certainly more reliable shit. All you need to do is, like, be launched even slightly vaguely in this direction, and everything's fine. Or, you know, I could fuck up really bad. Oh, there's two of you over here now. Okay, guys. I don't know why there's two of you over here now, but you are gonna have to fuck off. Okay, I will say getting knocked upward in that corner is dangerous because, like, I almost got trapped behind that door. That might be a soft lock? You know what I'm curious about now? Like, I want to look at these room by room now. I mean, not that it, like, if you had to go much further than this area, then it wouldn't be beneficial anyway. I think blowing up that destroyed the sign. This is the weird thing about this, is I'm pretty sure that these pipes have invisible walls around them. And, like, again, I don't understand why, like, there's certain places where it's like, you know, there's really not a reason for this. But yeah, so we found something new. Again. Fucking hell. You know what, this has me wondering about just staring at the ceiling just about everywhere. There's a broken spline. A really fat broken spline. What would I be able to do with it if I could get up there? Oh, guys, come on. That's pretty far back too, so I'm not even sure if I could use that way. Huh. These might have a single point of solid. You fucking what, mate? All right, hold on.
Party's downstairs, man.
Can't see shit. The broken spline's not on this side, so let's bring you over here. You are allowed to follow me, I promise. Oh, fuck, man. I slid off. Okay, that's something to watch out for. This is a huge broken spline and you're telling me I can't use it? That sucks. Okay, so now I know that for whatever reason you can skyrocket off of these. Now I also know that despite those splines being goddamned massive, you can't really do anything with them. I cannot tell you how much I want to find a way to skip this room. I want to find some way to not have to deal with how slow this fucking room is. Thing is, I just don't know. I just don't know. What? Okay. Interesting. So let's see if I can keep track of this real quick. If I was to Find something. Right now, we started on the right.
Where's my backup?
And then... So the beginning is behind us, to the right, in front and to the right. Like southeast, east-ish. So if I was to find something... The beginning had been like sort of there. Oh, fucking New Game Plus. Now I get to put in that shitty code again. Controls, vibration off, camera, auto center, no, audio. Get rid of this music. I do genuinely wish I could have the file saved with all of these unlocked, so I wouldn't have to put in this shitty code over and over. I almost put in quaff. Why did they leave these huge broken spawns there? It's the thing that's got me fucked up right now. Okay, that one didn't work. But what if this one does?
Oh. You guys are not to put the ship together.
Okay, that's not what I wanted, but alright. Sir.
Looks like we've got a party crasher.
Okay, so not that one. Somehow I imagine these are all gonna behave the same way. Oh wow. That slid off like way sooner than I thought it would. I didn't even need that much height, so I was hoping that that would work out. Come, fuck off, dude. Really? Can't see shit. Thanks.
You need to return to the ballroom right now.
Awesome. It really helps testing when the game just doesn't behave. Helps a bunch. Neat. I got off angle and I don't know how. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think there's a way to do any of these. It's unfortunate. It's also worth noting when you enter a room, it is worth noting to turn around and see what you can see, because I know that there is at least one place in the mansion where I know of that you can get out of bounds, but I also know that out of bounds is A, ridiculously difficult to do, and B, insanely easy to die from, because when you get out of bounds, you need to realize you've gotten out of bounds almost immediately. And when you do that, you need to pretty much immediately react. And land in a very, very, very perfect spot. It's not great. Oh, that's not what I wanted. See, here's the thing. If I was to find an out of bounds now, the important thing would be not... Like realistically, it wouldn't mean anything for this section. Tiny. Too small. It wouldn't mean anything for this section. What I would need, if an out of bounds was found, it would need to immediately lead to wherever this ends up going when it appears. Multiple really weird broken splines. Room is filled with some fuckery, dude. I don't think none of it looks usable though. Honestly, that looks like if it did do anything, it wouldn't be good. I'd quite like the ability to just fuck off my way through this area. I don't think so. Solidly built rooms are making me sad. Hey, could you, stop? It's a secret. If you listen, I'll really mean it. I'm a model, a fortune cookie. If you listen, you See, this is where I was talking about. It's possible to get out of bounds right here. But it's real fucking weird. And it's possible that there's not really a benefit to it. I'd say there's almost definitely not a benefit to it. Like, I don't know where you would go with it, right? Where is it in comparison to other things right now? So you'd have to just land it perfectly and then jump across here to get to an area you're already going. No, I mean, I guess theoretically you could get as far as there. Wait, where did I end up? Shit. Thing is that this clip out is really, really, really picky, on top of it being very, very, very difficult to make something useful of it. Oh wait, interesting. Oh, okay, cool. Thanks, Rain. Thanks, Rain. I know you think you're trying to be helpful, but cut it out. God damn it. So like I said, like, landing this at all is fucking complicated, and when you do actually get it theoretically the way that you want, it's really easy to just die. So isn't it great that this kind of thing isn't in the run? I think it's probably easier to get out on that side, and yet I can't imagine what the hell you would do with it on that side. Anyway, I think that the best case that you could get out of this would just be to skip, this hallway? And probably what it would lead to is clipping straight into here. That's almost certainly the best you could possibly hope for from that. Oh hey, once you get past that door, you can't exit again. Not that there'd be like a great reason to, but at the same time, interesting, I guess.
Let's reach the courtyard outside the study.
You know what would be really cool is if you could jump against this thing and get a skyrocket out of it. Now if you can, and I'm not saying that you can't because I don't know, if you can, it's certainly difficult and I've never been able to get it to work. Alternatively, like what could theoretically work if everything was to go as perfectly as possible right here? Because I know that if you were to kill off all the enemies, well, except for one, so that you could try to get a skyrocket off of that one. That corner is useless, that corner is useless, that corner is useless. All the corners are useless. This is the tree, by the way. One of them, anyways. This is the other tree. See, what would be great is if you could just rub up against, like, literally anything regarding it, because this fountain's a bunch of, like, really strange shapes, so you'd think that maybe... Quit trying to tutorialize me, video game. See, like, the reason I don't think that something like that is going to exist right here is because the fact of the matter is that it would be abnormal. The patterns that this game has for, like, what does and doesn't cause skyrockets, this doesn't fit. Like, the only thing that I can think of is if the way that this object meets, like, the other objects. That's the only thing that I can think of that might cause it, but landing on this thing in a good way, where you can actually theoretically do some movement, is a pain in the ass to begin with. And, like, some of this stuff, like, see, the thing is that these places where Rain goes into, like, her falling animation, if those things were at about the height where her jump is, there'd be some real potential there. There's an artificial ceiling in here. What the fuck? Okay, I've never noticed that before.
Where'd Zerensky get the cash for all this?
It's real weird that that's coded as a different room.
Keep an eye out. Some of them are starting to wander.
Rain, where are you?
Yeah, then it comes to this area. This area, like, bro, like I've been wanting to find something meaningful here for the longest goddamn time.
There's gotta be some way to cut power to that security door.
I want to find a faster way to do this, but I just can't imagine.
Rain, where are you?
Damn.
Rain, where are you?
This must be a lucky day.
Unfortunate. Still got the stun animation. But whatever, that's not what we're looking for. These areas are so well built that I just can't imagine like what you would even hope to find. And like O'Leary's cow, this is such a small area that I don't think that there's any areas, I don't think that there's anywhere in here that is gonna have a broken spline.
Damn it, Severin, I'm trapped in this dive. What the hell is going on out there?
These thugs are coming out of the woodwork. Rain, you're going to have to find another way out. Good. Be careful, your Rain's coming.
Okay, well that's interesting that there's an artificial wall here that you can get over. So the only thing that there would be any benefit to in here is if you could break out somehow in a way where you could reach the opposite side of the fan, and then theoretically you'd be able to just hit that trigger and end the segment.
Oh, it didn't make help.
No wonder. But that big fan is heading to an exterior wall.
I am curious. Come at me. Yo, at least it had like an action sequence kind of look.
You boys should have let me finish that.
Yeah, I didn't think that there'd be anything. We've got as much as we could possibly hope for out of alleys and rooftops, and the only way that abandoned train bay would be improved is if we could find something better than the box launch. I'm not even sure that an out of bounds would help in Turbine unless you could just straight up get to the exit. And I mean like the exit. I don't mean where the damn pier is. That broken spline is not big enough. I do wonder if, like, I don't know if it's visible on stream. It looks like it is, but there's like a rainbow effect on that line, and I do not know what that means. There's an invisible wall right there, and I don't know why. How far does it stretch? All the way to that. And all the way to that. Does it exist on the other side? It does. Something tells me that's going to be a no all the way around. I have looked for something to work with on this stage before, but I still haven't found anything. Doesn't mean there's nothing to find, it just means if there is, I haven't found it yet. Good, alright. I don't know what in the hell just happened. Okay, so you can slip between these two, but nothing else. I do like it when there's like skips in the run that's like, there is this skip right here. This is the only one that's like this. None of the other skips in the game have any similarities to this. No, being in the air does not. And it's funny because it doesn't let you skip anything until you're past that broken spline. point. Now, okay, like I said, if you could get out of bounds and you could just reach the exit, I genuinely believe that that's the only way that this would turn into something useful. Because I think if I could only get out of bounds and then theoretically reach the elevator below this spot, I genuinely don't think that would lead to anything. I don't think that the elevator would work without the scripting allowing it to do so. Well, that's curious.
How much more you think you could take?
Bizarre shapes on the wall. Not useful. So here's the thing, the fact that we're having to go lower, that's a problem. Oh hey, the new one is back. Real talk, I've looked in this area, I don't know how many times. A lot of fucking times. Not that a skyrocket would be useful right there at all. Okay. Well, I know that you can get on top of this guy. I've always just sort of regarded this as useless information. Okay, you can get on top of this, but again, how is this useful? Okay. Interesting. Can this be made useful? Here, you know what? Just to keep things in the realm of science. Okay, so breaking out right here is not consistent. It might happen, it might not happen. Okay, I'm out. Oh my god. The camera really hates what I'm trying to do with it, though. See, yeah, I don't know, man. What would I have to be able to do with that in order to make it useful? And there's not one of those up here. So the goal is to clip into that wall. Which is easier than it looks like it would be. However, again, I'm just not sure what you'd be able to do with it. It's like, it feels like it's one of those things where it's like, even if I was a god, I don't think I'd be able to actually do anything with this. And the camera wants to turn when you go through it. God damn it. Piss and shit. So, like, could this be done with him in play? Yes. Could you easily kill yourself with him chasing you? Yes. Realistically, the number one thing that I need to know is, can anything be done with this anyway? It's like, let's say that I'm a fucking ledge, right? Here, you know what? Is there another one of these anywhere else that might actually... Because, like, I think there's not a way to get on top of this. Well, let's restart the level outright and look for any other examples of this. Okay, so not that one. Shut up. So I think the goal is... I think I understand how this works now. So when you exit this tube, you want it like it like rechecks the collision and forces you out. And when it forces you out, it pushes it has the potential to push you through the collision detection of another object. So let's see. Let's look at this one again. The camera turned on me. I don't want you to fucking slide. I think maybe, I don't know. If the camera wouldn't fuck me, that'd be swell. Because like, I feel like the camera's turning in a way where I'm no longer holding the direction I want to be holding. Nah, I don't think it's working. There's nowhere for that one really to go. That one's too far away for sure. This, on the other hand... Yeah, good. Fuck them. Nah, you have to get too far out of it to even have a chance right there. So the problem is that the ones in here are actually in position. Well, except for maybe this guy. Yeah, good. Fuck him. Anyway. What? Dude, with enemies frozen, it really does not want to trigger the stuff. So yeah, the ceiling is low enough that those just cannot be accessed at all. God damn it. Ah, what the fuck? So hold on. Nah, I still don't think that this will do it. Although it really, really, really feels like it should. The biggest problem with this one is that... Let's say that I did find that it works, but that it's like super, super picky. There's also a possibility that that's a, Alright, hold on, let me think. Stop. Dude, shit. What? He didn't stick him. So what is the potential goal? I don't think that that room exists. Okay. Oh, right. I can't see, dude. Like, look, this is not going to be a run viable thing to try to do ever, under any circumstance. However, I would like to know if it's theoretically possible. God damn it. But you know what this has me thinking? Now that I have a new theory on how this works, it might not be a bad idea for me to go through and check every single one of these again with a new understanding of how it pushes you out of bounds. See, look, the main thing that I want to know is if... Dude, there's no way I'm getting around this room. There's no way I'm getting around that room. So the only way that this would work is if there was some fucking way to get into the top of this right here, but that's definitely not a thing. Okay, you know what that, like I said, that has me thinking that I should go through, like, every stage that has these and double check them. So none of those exist in these. Wouldn't matter, wouldn't matter. I'm not sure. Okay, no. That would have been swell, but...
Hey,
I think it's weird that these particular ones are just, like, not a thing. Okay, they are already set to frozen. You know what? Hold on. Let's not do that and see what kind of geometry we're getting in these areas.
That's the party.
Sorry. Nothing useful whatsoever.
Who is that? You want to go down and ask her? All I know is she ain't Indian, but she moves like Castro. Just don't let her get any closer. We got help coming.
Fucking love this track. Nah, there's nothing here. I feel like those specifically are mostly in, you know, starting in these stages.
I'm outside. Simple.
Okay, that one's blocked by a low ceiling. Okay. Yeah, I don't think that you can get inside of these because there's a big invisible wall that goes the whole stretch. It's possible to subvert the invisible wall, like, because, like, see, these beams going across have no collision on top, so if you can get in, like, basically, it's hard to explain, but basically if you can get through, you can get through the invisible wall by being inside of the no collision area of the top of one of these beams, but it doesn't always work quite the way that I'd like it to. Like that. So I'm past the invisible wall somewhat. But like... It's just, I don't know. I don't think that there's anything useful I could do with it. See, I don't know. Look, I would love to find a reliable thing to do here. So this is a special shaped object, but it's also right where the spike is. Well, I appear to be fucked, y'all. Whoopsie. Yeah, I didn't think so, but, you know, no harm in checking. I'm pretty sure all of these are protected by low ceilings. Like, the problem is that even if I found one down here that I could get into, you'd have to question what the hell the purpose of it would be, given that, like, I'd still have to, like, I'd have to get back up in order to do anything with it. What if I could do something else in this stage? So that's where the crushers are. Wait, what? Is there an invisible wall right here? Fucking bastard. There is, and that makes me wonder why that would be a thing. So how tall is it? It's pretty much all the way to the fucking ceiling, alright.
Belt-fed crusher.
Okay, there seems to be intact ceilings everywhere. Well, it would have been nice, but whatever. Okay, so there's one and only one that's not completely protected by a low ceiling. I don't seem to be able to get into it either way. Which is weird because usually Rayne's flip animation will get her over. Oh, there you go. I sincerely doubt this is going to be useful. Yeah, these, like, if these two were closer, then that would probably get her through, then she would be able to get into this one, but if I'm honest, I don't know what would happen past that part anyway. The spike is on this side, so that's useless. Interesting. What would it do for me? So that's where the furnace actually is. There we go. Look, I'm not gonna lie, at this point I am genuinely excited to find literally anything I didn't know about before. I couldn't care less, like, do I wish that had been useful? Fuck yeah, I do. But at the same time, this is a thing I've never seen before. Oh, this is where I was. Yeah, it's not useful, but I have officially noticed a new thing I've never noticed before. Again.
Philip said crush.
So even if that launch had been useful, it would only take me where we were already about to go. Alright, so hold on. Which one is... Okay. Okay, so here's the thing. You can clip into this. Useless, though, because it's not actually part of the wall itself. It's just an external module for it. Something tells me. Oh, this room is already as good as it's going to get. The hell? Huh. Oh god. Like, sure, that's a lot of fucking information, but that feels like too much information. Alright, so that's an invisible wall. Now, if you could subvert an invisible wall, it might be just as useful as subverting normal walls. So let's see. Oh, whoops. Something tells me I will be able to clip into this thing on the left side. If I can get into this one at all, and it looks like I probably can't. I didn't realize that there was something low-hanging just to the top of it. Okay. Yeah, you can, but again, it's in addition to the wall's collision. It is not its own thing. I imagine. Oh, hey, I could probably reach that one from right here. I imagine the same thing is going to be true of this one right here. Yeah. So you can clip into a lot of these, it turns out. It's just that it's not useful. Are you shitting me? What the fuck, man? Okay. So yeah, that room's as good as it's going to get. And then at this point, I think this just leads outside, right? Yeah, so at this point, there's no reason to look for anything. I do wonder if there are things out here I don't know about, but at the moment, who cares? So... Look, I'm just real happy that there's a new thing in electrification silos, and it's not hard. I'm super happy about that. So long as you don't get the skyrocket against the wall to the left of the gate, you're Gucci.
The sun's up, Rain.
Hey, we gotta lock this place down. You get this?
Did you hear that? Did those guys up there say something?
What? That ruined everything. Rude. Yeah, I'm stuck inside of the gate. Well, you know what? It's funny. I was sitting there thinking, like, it's easy as hell. And now, like, I mean, that would have worked because I could have just got... I say worked. I am. I found the new thing in the electrification silos. Check this shit out.
Guys up there say something?
So this ceiling above me, it's not real. I cooked. Consider yourself cuisine. I was about to say, fuck you. This might in fact be faster than the other skip that I was workshopping. And it doesn't need to be... It doesn't even need to be slightly as fucking precise. By the way, you need to learn how to do this part better. So you want to come in and you want to like grab YB to do this slam, and then you immediately do this. You don't want to be pointed away from the body. You want to be pointed slightly into the body. And that's how you do the thing. Although, dude, I've got so much fucking good music in this playlist. But yeah, that right there, it's so weird how like simple shit can feel like the worst when you've got the timer going. There's like the box launch in the abandoned train bay. I can nail that shit. It's not hard. Timer's going. I'm gonna fuck it up like a dozen times. I found the new Out of Bounds as well, but it's also like not at all, like not even slightly useful. I need to learn your method of doing it because you line it up faster than I do. But yeah, let me show you the thing that I found. It is grotesque how close it is to being possibly amazing, and yet. It's not. It's not hard at all. Oh, really easy.
So you saw the blaze. What did you think was gonna happen?
Oh yeah, you just hit that cart and it'll do the job for you. The only problem with it is that it's basically a cutscene. So the Out of Bounds that I found that is sadly not at all useful is down here. And you would think, oh man, we're like basically right on top of being able to just skip this turbine shit altogether. And you would think that, except it's like fucking impossible to do anything with this. Mostly because like if the camera is so much as like a half an inch out of place, you can't see anything. But like in order to make this useful, you'd have to jump around this obstruction, and then you'd have to jump around those computers and then slide along the back end of the turbine. And then you can sort of see that room back there. You'd have to find your way around that room to get to the elevator. And here's the fun part. The elevator might not actually function because the scripting might not be in place. You need to be relatively up against the wall. Like, I mean, you saw me do it off the cuff, and you know how inconsistent these enemies' attacks are. And how much they do or do not push Rain. The part that sucks the most, in my opinion, is getting rid of this guy, because he might trigger the thing whether you like it or not. And see, like, that's the only part that kind of sucks about it, is that if you're inside of that doorway when it happens, you feck, boy. But yeah, boom. It wasn't even that precise. Now, if only I could not suck shit at this, that'd be swell. Here, I mean, I'll... Like, it's always best to be able to visualize what's actually happening when you know what the shape of everything is, so... So let's just make sure that you can see what's actually happening. See, this whole panel above you is just not here. And like, you know what the irritating thing about this is that in this one might be hyper precise, but it's theoretically possible to just get all the way up to the button that you would press before the end of the stage. Also, shut face. Trying to remember where exactly it is. I hit the wrong warp.
Something tells me this catwalk isn't entirely
Oh,
safe.
whatever. The thing that I'm going to is not far enough away to matter. We'll just do this.
Ooh, the wooden ones float. Finding that out was worth fall. Definitely can be managed.
Well, that was deeply unfortunate.
They do wonders with prosthetics these days.
Oh, right. Hard to remember exactly where I am when everything is in goofy shapes and colors.
There she is! Open fire!
God damn it. I still don't understand why that does sometimes and doesn't sometimes do stuff. Oh, right, the enemies have to be unfrozen. Doy. That would be interesting as if you could just kick that door out and have them join you on the platform. So this isn't... I think I may have not described this very well. I saw that you had a setup for it, but it's more about height than anything else. So if you get up high, then you pretty much always get out. So if I didn't get up high enough, right? Versus getting up high enough, instantly out.
Nothing like hot lead to brighten up my day.
Is there anything else I could investigate? Because, like, what I've noticed is that I really need to be cognizant of places where the roof might not exist, because that's not something I had been looking for before, apparently. Yeah. So immediately go up. Fire rockets while sidestepping. Do your work from over here.
Damn, I'm a couple of quarts low. These blood guns are wrong,
Unfortunate.
but they're bleeding dry.
Wow, he's being more of a prick than normal. If you get lucky, you don't even have to do this, but this is still faster than all of the wincing around I was doing. I really wish that it didn't have so much target fuckery. No. Rage does not affect the damage that your projectiles do. It doesn't. I have tested and retested it. It does not. Get the fuck out of here, bro. Also you. Get the fuck out of here. Okay. No. But yeah, I think the biggest key to the strategy against that guy right there is like I said, like you go up and you get the shoulders done right away, but don't stick around long enough to pull off the shoulders. Just head down and start shooting at the bottom. As soon as you yoink those off, you're gonna be right next to the way upward, and you can get them all 4 done. Yoink, 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 done. But I want to do it again because that was a fucking disaster. The reason it makes sense to be sidestepping right here is because otherwise you've got these D holes coming after you.
Gotta make a withdrawal.
Actually, that's not what I meant to do. What is it doing?
Dragon's reservoir is dry. Gotta refill it.
Darn.
Hey, get over here, you stupid damn deer!
Alright, man, have a good one.
Dragon's reservoir is running low.
Hey guys, check it out! Hey, vampire bitch!
Damn. What's low?
And that would have been the end of that. Part of me wonders... In fact, I'll do that again real quick.
Look! Keep your eyes
It might be faster to just get as much as you can done. Fuck off into this immediately, except the 21 seconds. Get back to where the walkway is.
guys, check it out! Hey, vampire bitch! Look at this stupid half-breed! Hey! Over here, honey!
Oh, we're done. Yeah, this is almost certainly faster. Why does it fucking do this? Yeah, 100% that's faster. Okay. I know too much. And what's more is that I don't even, like, because of the way that that worked out, I don't even need to fuck around with getting any juice or working on my HP. And I hate these fucking guys always getting in the goddamn way and shit.
What's the best?
That's enough talk, okay? I'm kind of trying to concentrate here. This is for my mother.
Anyway. What time is it? 9:45. I'm gonna leave it at that for now. I found a new thing. What, like, honestly, one new thing is a lot at this point. Like, I genuinely cannot stress how, like, how intense finding even one new thing is at this point. You know what, actually?
Kagan's Tower.
You guys are kind of like ninjas. I hate ninjas.
They carry big swords, throw stars real quiet, feathers.
Great, that means she's not far, right?
Alright,
Gotta
get over here. There's plenty over here to work with. Get out the way, Tyra. Oh shit. I ended up back in bounds. Like an idiot. I managed to push the tire in bounds though, that's fun.
Kagan's Tower has to be the one left standing. Due north, across the line.
I feel like I've messed around with this particular out of bounds before. Interesting.
You guys are kind of like ninjas. I hate ninjas.
They carry big swords, throw stars real quiet, feathers.
Great, that means she's not far, right? Gotta go.
God damn it. I really cannot describe how much I hate how low these attacks are. Like, it's so fucking low. It's like you want to miss. Okay, I wasn't sure that that was actually going to get me out of bounds. So here's the thing, I know that I can get as far as out of bounds on the other side of this. Like, that's not the difficult thing. The thing is that I'm pretty sure that the invisible wall for the helicopter extends so bastardly far that there's just no way that you can do anything with it. That's right, I said bastardly. But see, this is where that extends to, and like it's that tall, and it's this low, and extends all the way out there. The issue is that there's not like a way to get similarly out of bounds in the opposite direction. I'm also not sure it would help that much to get out of bounds in the opposite direction, because I think that some of the geometry on that side would be too trash to use anyway. Why are you sidestepping to that side? Why are you like this? I don't want that. This is what I want. I cannot describe how much I hate this. And I didn't get out. Maybe this corner right here.
Everybody, there's a new king in town. Get ready. Mojo.
Nice jump. It's my favorite. I really love it when I hit the jump button and nothing happens. The people who made this game, they made it especially for me. People who love it when buttons don't do what they're supposed to. Hey, could you actually follow me this way, please? Stop dicking around and follow me. Nice. I really, really love it when it doesn't do any of the things I'm telling it to do. She picked up a sword? What? I wasn't even aware that that was a possibility. Oh my god, quit fucking around. Okay. Christ. Neat. So here's the thing. If I could get knocked up in a meaningful way, like right here. How much area? I did not want to do that. No. No, of course not. It's like they knew exactly what they were doing, these dickheads. Let's explore over here again. I could find a fucking way to go upwards. As I promised, this is genuinely the edge of this platform.
What's happening?
What's this? Fresh meat. You guys are kind of like ninjas. I hate ninjas.
She hates ninjas.
Hey, you're interrupting my
That
target
means she's not far, right?
Okay. Can't see shit. Love it. My favorite. I love how fucking low that attack is. I love how that didn't fucking do anything. Look, I just want to workshop some shit. Y'all don't have to be so uncooperative. You're kidding. Hold on. Stop. No, I need you to be a little bit off the wall, please. I'm just trying to learn shit, dude. That's all I'm trying to do. Okay. Definitely out of bounds and definitely not dead. I can't do anything with this. So even if I could find a way to get out of bounds on the other side... Well, hold on. I clicked back in. Like, I've theorized that if I could somehow get on top of this, then it wouldn't matter. I'd be able to just jump over the invisible wall. This music sounds so fucking Silent Hill. Look, if their attacks weren't so hyper trash... You know what? Hold on. Is it possible to bring You're Interrupting My Target practice with me? Because that would make this way, way more doable.
Oh my god! What's happening?
What's this? Fresh meat. You guys are kind of like ninjas. I hate
Do they carry big swords? No stars required.
You're interrupting my
That
target
means
practice.
she's not far, right? Got a bone to pick with her. Stick me out.
Oh, okay. She is here.
This should be fun.
Okay. You're kidding, dude. Fuck off with... So the question would be whether or not I can control the situation at all. But bringing her along should make getting out of bounds where I need to way hella easier.
You guys are kind of like ninjas. I hate ninjas.
They carry big swords. No stars required.
Great, that means she's not far, right? You've got a bone to pick with her. Just stood me up.
Fuck off.
Hagen's tower has to be the one left standing. Due north, across the park.
I just want to be able to prove to myself that if you can get her through that gate, that it could potentially save a heap of time.
What's this? Fresh meat. You guys are kind of like ninjas. I hate ninjas.
Do they carry big swords? No stars required.
Great, that means she's not far, right? You've got a bone to pick with her. Just stood me up.
That's cool. Could you do what I'm telling you to do, please? Oh, cool. She's dead. So the first time that I got her through this gate, apparently was just a fluke. What if I yoink her once, stand in the gateway, and then have her, like, melee me through it? Would that just... I really don't understand why that's not a valid target for such a long time.
Great, that means she's not far, right? You've got a bone to pick with her. Just stood me up.
Okay, cool. That did work. Please don't troll. Fucking attack me! You're kidding? She just stood there like an asshole for like 6 years.
Hagen's tower has to be the one left standing.
What the fuck, man? I could have ran a political campaign in how long it took her to finally do anything.
What's this? Fresh meat. You guys are kind of like ninjas. I hate ninjas.
Do they carry big swords?
Keep running! Keep running! Hey, you're interrupting
Great,
my
that
target
means she's
practice.
not far, right? You've got a bone to pick with her. She stood me up.
Hagen's tower has to be the one left standing. Due north, across the park.
Oh my god! What's happening?
What's... You guys are kind of like ninjas. I hate
I swear, dude.
Do they carry big swords?
This is the most annoying skip I've ever found in anything
She's
ever.
not far, right?
Interrupting my
You've got a
target
bone to pick with
practice.
her. She stood me up.
Hello? You know what my favorite thing about having
Hagen's tower
an
has to be the one
apartment
left
or
standing.
a hotel room or anything else? I really, really, really love it when neighbors decide, you know where the best place to have conversations is? Right outside your window or your door or whatever. Certainly not in our homes that are right here.
What's this? Fresh meat. You guys are kind of like ninjas. I hate ninjas.
Do they carry big swords?
Keep running! Keep running! Hey,
enemies.
You're interrupting that means she's not far, right? I've got a bone to pick with her. She stood me up.
Oh my god!
God, I'm horrible.
And now she's dead. So no, this is not a viable secondary. It's not a viable secondary, mostly because it's just maximum dickhead. I literally just killed the other one, but hey, you know. Feel free to stop fucking sidestepping. Okay. God, this is fucking annoying. Anyway, where else is some shit that I could? I'm trying to think, like, what else could I even investigate? Because it's one thing to try to find a new skin. It's another thing to try to find a better way to do an old skin.
You will have to be faster. Expect the park to be crawling with them. Keep an eye on the shadows.
I don't remember the dozens of ways to get out of bounds. Right here, I just remember that they're not hard.
Never fails, right?
Do these things have any collision? No, of course not.
And that's gonna heal. Looks like they have to. Except
I give up. What makes a corpse twitch?
it's not a riddle. I'm seeing the bodies of zookeepers. Definitely dead, but definitely twitching. What type of...
You saw the trees.
I don't know what benefit it would be if there was a missing, like, ceiling tile here somewhere. I don't think it would matter at all.
Damn it, Kevin. You're winning too.
What in God's name is it? Shoot it, man! Will you just shoot it?
What the fuck? What? I mean, like, look, this isn't useful, but that's funny. That's very funny. I'm standing in the goop. It's so goopy.
You should run. It won't help, but it might make you feel better. You impressed? I sure am.
No, it's real interesting that, like, that it's like, oh yeah, you're not supposed to be able to go over here,
It sounds like gunfire tracks are disturbed.
and I never noticed that that tank extends into this room.
Serious? How the hell am I?
You'll just have to improvise, right?
It seems pretty clear that they very much meant that you weren't supposed to go this, because, like, there's no bodies here, there's no enemies. Interesting. That's kind of a silly logical error. If only they made that same mistake somewhere else that was more useful. For a second, I thought that they made that mistake again right here. So one of the more interesting slash least useful out of bounds that I ever found was right here. So the thing is, like, you have to be able to get over the fire that you can't see. and then fall to your death, because that's super useful. But like at the same time, there's no reason to get up there at all. Like the best you can do with getting up there is fucking around with the whatever enemy spawns up there, which I believe would be up in that spot. But there's nothing that you like. There's no way to progress with that. Anyway.
Hey, what about fire? All bulletproof monsters hate fire.
Not useful. God damn, though, that was a lot of fucking height. Why did it give me so much height?
Hey, what about fire? All bulletproof monsters hate fire.
Nice. Oh, right, I forgot. It doesn't matter one goddamn bit.
But to really... How much more you think you can take?
See, it wouldn't even matter unless you could do it with both of them in play. And see, this would just be an alternate. This wouldn't be something that you would go to as your first choice. Hello? Yeah, I'm not blocking, that's fine. Okay, so that does work. I see, I thought I remembered it not working in this version, that if you got back there. Maybe it's just the first one. Anyway, that's enough. Does anybody stream? Or is it just me? I'm kidding, obviously, but, like... This guy. Yeah, man. Take care of yourself. Oh, that was great. If I like point out the wrong dude. I don't know, you got this dude just kind of hanging out in a park with a meat cleaver and he's just dancing around with it, and this dickhead's got a big ass knife. It's always the dude in the suit. I mean, I didn't actually ask for answers, but thanks, I guess. I love how this guy got stuck on this pole. He ain't going nowhere.
Okay.
Can I pick that back up? Boom. I harmed me and I don't think it mattered. I guess we're not meant to